welcome to Asylum Atelier, welcome to our creative discourse, and welcome to my studio. I hope you're all doing well. I certainly am, and it will be thanks to you, DM7, that you again just really cheered my spirit today. I mean, it's such a great feeling to hear that the words of encouragement, and it's just there is one of those days, you know, outside is rainy, a lot of work before the stream, and you just want to just have a tea, read a book, or just watch and doom scroll through the stupid videos and procrastinate and do nothing. And people like you just encourage me, or I don't know, it's even, I can't even find the proper words, but it's just lift up my spirit, and it makes sense why I want to be here. It makes finally sense, not finally, it's just another another piece of puzzle why I do these things, or why we do these things, to paint, to create, to be a little philosophical even, and especially in this stream. That's more than enough philosophy here. But again, that kind of a connection between me working here and you working at your station at home, and just being together as that kind of a creative a group of people makes me come to studio and even provide a better viewing experience, way more pleasurable, and it finally starting to make sense. So I appreciate these strong words of encouragement. It really sometimes even I need that, even though I feel that, you know, I'm fine with my studio and being alone, hearing people appreciating a work that we are putting into these artworks is such an important part. That's probably where the value for me is when it comes to paintings. Just that natural kind of a happiness to work. And yesterday you mentioned that you were starting to enjoying the process more of a painting, and me too. And it's probably because of that communication, probably because of the discourse that we have, and I'm looking forward to more and more of these. So it can get only better from now. So thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate yesterday was awesome. We had multiple people joining that discourse, so it was kind of interesting for me as well to experience this. But I think that yesterday was important, kind of important when it comes to painting, and also just going finally back to that almost ideal streaming schedule that I had before these, before all of these. I'm just checking my palette because I saw the camera. Before all these difficulties with transport and moving to a different location with the painting, but it is what it is. It's going to be fun for sure, and there's a lot more that's coming. So I'm excited. So yeah, let's get into it. Let me just. I'm your #1 fan. I know that feeling too well. I like to procrastinate too. I need to run more often. I'm out of shape. Yeah, that was awesome. DM, you're absolutely right. Actually, Sunday I already scheduled my my walk. We're going to forest to do a little. We have like a local. How would you call it? It's these old kind of a. You remember, like medieval time, people used to travel and walk long distances, like pilgrims, and they went to these holy places. So there is one very famous that is, going alongside the coast of Spain, the northern part of the Spain. It starts on the border, or very close to the border between France and Spain, and it goes all the way to alongside. I don't remember the name of that pilgrimage or that that journey, but it doesn't. It's very famous. I'll Google it and I'll let you know. So we have a similar things here locally that you can do. So we're gonna try and test it. We're gonna go step by step. We're not gonna do like a whole a whole week of hiking. It's gonna be like it's spaced between you go from point A to point B and then from point B to point C, and you just do like like the kind of a traveling. It's probably 9 or 10 days total, but we're going to spread it in between days when there's my a day off, Sunday. So I highly encourage you to not procrastinate and walk a little bit more, because I have to tell you, walking and being kind of active, it's part of the painting, and especially if you're going to work on the larger canvases, you really have to move stuff, and you're still constantly going back and forth and left and right, and the repetitive motion, just using only one arm, it's kind of it's kind of putting me into that kind of a weird kind of a hunchback position. So if you have a chance to go out and do a little hike, please do so. I'm not saying that you have to, but I found that it's really a good way to unwind a little bit and be out from the studio, because yesterday whole day, the whole week, I was breathing all kinds of chemicals, right? So that's what it is. I am really, really, like I mentioned, and going back right now to painting, I'm happy with the progression and the movement, and I like what we did together yesterday, and what ideas we come up with. That was actually a crucial moment. I think that yesterday's discussion with the mullet, and we talked about these mullets, and we had so much fun, and I was really enjoying it and laughing a lot. The mullet situation, it's happening. So probably there's going to be a mullet there. I don't know yet, but it kind of sparked kind of a movement through the painting. We kind of hit the different variety for the person. It's a slightly different expression. We could do like this is what the painting I think it's about, when you start to having fun with these characters within the painting. So instead of being frustrated with oh, it's not actually perfectly accurate, it doesn't, the nose and eyes and mouth and all these, inner, I would say almost like ingrained expectation of how a painting should look. It's taking a toll, and it takes toll on me. I'm really struggling with this as well myself. So it's not like I'm talking to you. I'm actually sharing with my own miserable moments and miserable days that I had, and I'm still having them. Not as often, which I want to actually talk about. So the fact that you're struggling with how the figure is going to look, and it has a knees and all the elbows and fingers and fingernails and all the kind of stuff that you need to create that or paint or draw a proper looking figure, or believable figure rather. All these things are, I don't want to say they're gone, but it's more about where and how the foot is going to be rotated, so it gets you to that emotion or that feeling of walking towards or away from someone. In my particular case, that's when the painting starts to be enjoyable for me, especially. That's when you start enjoying the process. So yesterday, and also you know, throughout the stream, we talked about things like how very simple is the explanation what painting is, but how extremely difficult it is to actually put it into a practice, right? And I think that that's when the turning point starts and people or painters switch or moved from how would I even put this? It's more like a, it's like a well, let me put it this way. You decided that you want to just draw something, right, out of nowhere, and then there is a time when things are not going the way that you want to. You struggle with drawing. And I think that that's the time period of my experience, that I really, really yearn a result. I was really like, I need to get results, because the process, it's tedious, I hate it, it's not working, and it's a pure labor. So I am into a final result. I don't care about the process or anything, as long as it's finally there when I want to be, so I can do something else. That's at the beginning stage. And then you slowly, you're not even going to realize that, and I'm not still there yet fully, but as you progress and the more and more experience you have, the easier certain things are going to be for you to draw. And therefore, you're going to start experimenting with the fact, oh, I always draw the knee this way, so why don't I change and shift and see what's going to happen with the figure? Is the figure still going to be able to stand, or is it going to feel that it's falling? Is it going to feel natural, or is it going to feel forced and staged? Right? So these are the things that you start thinking about. And I mentioned this for the portraits. I don't really care about how to draw an eye, because that's not an issue. And you might think that, oh, it's my issue. Yes, you're right, because if you have a problem with, you know, picturing and understanding the forms and how it's placed in the eye sockets and the muscle that are surrounded, and then you have all these little small distractions with the details. So you have eyelashes, you have eyebrows, you have also the difference between the bony structures, the tissues, the muscles and the tendons, and all that kind of information that is there. It's so complicated when you look at it like a portrait, like a face, and that kind of completely shatters your pleasure from actually painting portraits if you struggle with understanding of the elements of the face. And why am I saying this? Because I've been there. I'm still there when I work from life, and I have to get the proper, like a resemblance of the person. I still struggle with that. However, these things are, I don't want to say easy to fix, but we have the tools how to fix them. So these are not problems that are unsolvable, right? So if you have a problem with the portrait, it doesn't look like the person, the measurements are wrong, right? It doesn't look like that person because it looks like a sickly version of the person. Well, the saturation or the color combination is the problem. I don't know, the hair looks like a helmet. Well, that might be problems with edges and understanding of how light and how atmospheric perspective works, right? And we can all solve these problems step by step to the point that everything's going to be in the right spot, in the right place, and it resembles that person, but it's boring to look at. And that's when you reach that point that you are like, oh, well, I'm doing all this work and I spend so many hours and so much mental health went to trash, only to realize that if I draw a perfect eye, perfect nose, and perfect mouth, perfect face, perfect portrait, it's so boring to look at that I don't even know why to do it, right? So that's when that shift, especially in me, happened, and I saw, and it was because of that environment, that creative discourse, and the people around me. I saw. Suddenly, somehow, I saw like, oh, everybody is doing the same mistake as I do, with just not really enjoying and exploring the full potential of a pigment and what it can do and how it can transform the actual visual experience for a viewer. So don't get discouraged with the fact that certain things are not going the way that you want to. It's a learning process, and trust me that oil learning curve is pretty steep, and not everyone wants to go the distance. And I'm not saying that is a bad thing. I'm just, when I'm thinking about my personal journey from beginning to this point, mostly it's about the fact that I was dissatisfied with the process. I was dissatisfied, or not very satisfied with what I was supposed to do. And it resulted in a boring, unlookable paintings. Not because they wouldn't be technically up to speed, they were completely lifeless, without life. And part of that liveliness of the paintings, and I talked about Velázquez yesterday, and Rembrandt, so you can see I have them here. These two guys, I'm pretty sure that they experienced the same thing, and they experienced that process and understanding and moving from one point to another. And with the Rembrandt, I think it's extremely obvious when you look at his early work. Like I said, and outdoor scenes, these are extremely, I don't want to say naive, but they are kind of he knew how to paint everything separately, but it almost feels like he was not sure how to combine these things together so they make sense, because it's a beautifully painted book, it's a beautifully painted hand, beautifully painted portrait, the garment, it's where it's supposed to be. But somehow when you look at this particular early work of his, it's not as powerful as when you go to a late Rembrandt, when you can see that he's like, all right, I'm just going to give you what you need to see, and the relationships that I want you to see within the painting, or a relationship that you create between the person that you're looking, that painting that you're looking at, and how it makes you perceive it or feel, rather. So you can see that he went through an evolution in his own understanding about what the painting is and what it should be. Does he have the right answers to everything? Maybe not. It depends on the taste, and then we get into taste that who's better, or who has more information, who gives you better understanding about what the or better understanding. Which one of these guys give you more pleasure? I mean, I'm looking at Velázquez portraits, and they are extremely simple. Extremely simple. There's almost nothing there, and yet somehow they work to perfection. And we talked about the horses, and I have the head of a horse here. I mean, tell me that this is not a beautiful portrait of a horse head. It's a fragment, but it's just, I mean, you can see that bravura with the brush. You can see that the manipulation of the paint and pigment, not only on its own as a separate object, but as a part of the larger a larger painting. So there is not like, oh, I'm going to render a horse, or I'm going to draw a horse, perfect horse, and then I'm going to put the figure on it, and then perhaps I should probably get some background in the back. I mean, that's what it is basically. But being able to put these things together in the way that everyone can enjoy to looking at it, it's just, that's where the painting starts. That's when the process become way more important than the final result for you while you're painting it, right? So before I was rushing, and I was reaching towards the finish, and today I am as as slowly as possible creeping towards the finish, because I still have more and more unanswered questions about the painting. And maybe not all the answers are going to, most likely I'm not going to get all the answers from one painting. That's why we have multiple projects that we're working on, and we are evolving as an artist or painters in my particular particular case, because I'm painting at something that I enjoy the most. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mix errands with the workout. Just that I prefer not to run. Your stream was worth it, though. Oh, I appreciate. I really really feel extremely fortunate. What a lovely horse. Yeah, yeah, it is lovely horse. It's just and that's why I like to have these guys. Right here. And of course, I can't forget where is my, because all these surfaces are completely surrounded by books. So, and I can't forget that, you know, I have also a Caravaggio that's right here, and also Vermeer. So these are the guys that are extremely, and of course, a new guy, a Bruegel, right? So I have these here because really I can dissect every one of them, and you know, they're all great painters. They're all, you know, top of the class, the masters, one of the greatest, if not the best of all time. But everyone has its own understanding of a composition and what they want to communicate with the viewer. And it's beautiful to dissect these things and take what you need and what is necessary for your own work. So I have a pile of books right here, and these are the ones that I used most, probably. That would be Velázquez, Rembrandt, Caravaggio, when it comes to figures. And then when it comes to environments, I'm thinking about Andrew Wyeth, I'm thinking about Impressionists, right? So it would be Manet, it would be Monet, it would be even the Cézanne. It's up there with the landscapes, and not even the landscapes, but the composition when it comes to landscapes. And then also these heavy hitters from all over the world. I would start probably with one of my favorite, and that would be Leviathan. It's just a great painter. We talked about him previously, so if you want to check out the previous streams, or actually I have a VODs on YouTube that you could check out, or VOD, where we talk about Leviathan and that kind of a realism / impressionism in landscape. So all that, and then, you know, then you have your own taste, which kind of will sooner or later creep in. So yeah, let's continue with the good stuff from yesterday. And trust me, it might not happen today, but I'm not going to be, you know, I can't expect rainbows, flowers, unicorns, and cotton candy every day, right? You wouldn't even like it to have that kind of a diet every day. So let's see what I can do here. I'm probably, maybe I could. I'm thinking, I'm looking again on the painting, and I'll never stop looking at it and analyzing it. Even if I'm here a whole day, I'm still, you know, trying a different version, different ideas, and let's see what will stick. This is still not exactly fully rendered. I feel like right now his foot, it's kind of in the weird position because it's pointing that way, and I wanted to go a little bit more here. So probably there should be a bigger opening right there. So instead of having it, you remember yesterday I was showing, instead of having it like this, because that's uh, where my mirror was. Maybe I should move it more like this, right? Because he's walking this way, not that way, right? He's not walking into them, he's walking alongside them, right? So that might be a little bit of like I need to find a better shape for that, or better design for that foot. So it, you remember yesterday with the perspective, so it fits better to perspective, right? So it's not only about being on the different planes, right, and feeling weird because it's just it's moving. It's also a rotation of that foot, right? So if it's like this and going that direction, I need it to going more that direction, right? More towards us and not. It almost looks like he's trying to steer them to or kind of ran into them rather than alongside them. So these are just a really small, like a small, very minute adjustments. But that's the important part. You remember that discussion and the problems with the sleeve that I had. It's because I painted this in the proper three-dimensional position, but then sleeve was, instead of being going towards me, towards us, or towards the picture plane, I painted it like it's right down here, right? So I wanted to have two things or two different perspectives. That's when I mentioned Cezanne, because that's something that Cezanne was actually doing a lot in his composition. So instead of creating the feeling of a perspective, he said, no, it's a flat surface. So I'm just, if I wanted to show the top part, I'm just going to, instead of me trying to figure it out how to paint it foreshorten, he just moved and he looked from the top. And that's how, kind of that weirdness that is in his paintings and in his compositions, or was his manifesto rather, or thought process or thinking. Yeah, so that needs to happen, right? So I need to move it a little bit more towards this direction, but that's fine. That's not a big adjustment. I mean, it might be because it's a foot, it's foreshortened, it's like obscure. Yeah, technically it might be difficult, but it's a no-brainer right now when we understand where he is, how is he related to a whole group, and how is he related to that journey. So yeah, and then I also looked into different artifacts that they have to have with them. So I'm going to start designing a little bit more of the artifacts. But again, I'm going to use these artifacts not because they have to have them. They should, but if they don't, that's okay, because no one is probably going to care about whether or not they have stuff with them. For what you might care, or for what for what we might know, that is somewhere behind these guys. There's an animal that it's like a oxen or horse, or I don't know, cow even, that is pulling a cart with all their supplies. So right. So yeah, so that's that. So I'm gonna continue working on that figure, because I think that it might actually help me. That because I almost feel, and correct me if I'm wrong, based on your feeling or your visual understanding of this, that this figure right here belongs to this painting. And this is a separate portrait that's going to live on its own, and I think that's exactly what it needed in order to get better. I think, or not. Well, it needed to get better. That's a wrong statement. Not necessarily needed to get better, but to be just. It represents more what I wanted to communicate. So yeah, let me just go get because it's really cold, I had to deploy another heater closer to me. It's raining, it's dark. I don't know how long I'll be able to, for how long I'll be able to paint today, but let's see. Let's see, I'm just gonna get a little bit more tea. I'll be right back, just give me a sec. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let me just fill this up a little bit so I get a little warmth into this. Way better. All right, so let's look at it. Yesterday I was actually going through my library, and I was looking for some WB means probably welcome back, right? Yeah, you have to, you're so up to speed with the slang. You have to be, always give me a little bit more information, because then I'm looking as like WB. What could it be? What could it be? I'm kind of okay with the slang, but I'm not okay. Not okay. I'm not that skillful with social media, kind of when you're typing and writing. I can't really feel the sarcasm. I can't really understand sometimes, like, capital letters. It took me a while. The capital letters means yelling. I just thought that it's just, I'm trying to, you know, make sure that you're paying attention to what I'm saying, but I was told that that's yelling. All right, welcome back indeed. Sorry. Yeah, that was VB. It's perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect. I like it. It's just it's perfection because we don't need to use that many unnecessary. What are these beats per second when it comes to painting, when it comes to typing? So rather put the time into painting. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It's me who needs to learn these things. So don't make it easy for me. Just, you know, do all these. How do you call them? Do all these, or use all of these current ways of communicating. I have to learn that. All right, so I'm gonna go into that. I'm gonna start adjusting rather my figure again. And yeah, I think I could push that feet a little bit more this way. It's gonna feel a little more so this would be this way right here towards me, I guess. Yeah, I think. Yeah, but if I put there, what about this guy? Am I going to push this? Push this way? No. Maybe he could go, maybe he could have, if this is his head, maybe I could push him a little bit more towards this direction. Right? You remember I talked about this guy. And I know that again, I know what I said and what I'm supposed to do, what I'm planning on doing. VPM, word per minute. Yeah. VPM, word per minute. That's exactly what I was looking. Yeah, but still you have a good point. And VB is definitely a lazy way to saying it. I don't know all of them, to be honest. Still have to ask them what it means. ROFLMAO. Okay, that's just that's the coolest one. How do you even pronounce it? Rafflemao? I guess Rafflemao would be the pronunciation. So I'm a little old-fashioned like you are, but Vubi is too handy not to know. Yeah, Vubi is perfect. Be right back. BRB is perfect. Yeah, you know, or ASAP. I know these. So I have to start working a little bit more on other ones. Thinking that, yeah. Okay, what I'm thinking about the movement. So I'm looking at this guy, these guys right here. So we are going this way and then this way. Okay, like imagine like on the road, the top view of what I'm trying to do here would be like they're going like this. And these are two main characters, right? So they're starting here, and it's kind of, you know, serpenting here, and then there's this person on the side here. That's a top view when I look from a top, right? Something like this. These are all the way back, guys, right? So we also have, you know, we not only have a, you know, like the motion with the composition that goes from here to here this way, but also I'm trying to show the motion in the depths, right? So it's going in and out, in and out. I think it's a little bit more interesting, and it can give me a couple or more tools to create that atmospheric perspective as well, and linear as well, for that matter. Okay, so this right here. And I'm thinking, like, could I maybe make that a dark black part? Because I still feel that this is way too dark. It's just, it's not really, it's not hitting the, it's, I don't know. Maybe it's just my feeling, I don't know. I have no idea. I can change this a little bit. I might be okay this way, and then maybe I should push it. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the only way how I could do this. So I'm going to have, instead of this way, I'm just thinking out loud right now, and I might actually, it might get quiet pretty quickly with me right now, because I have no idea how to deal with this. I'm trying to keep the saturation up a little bit more. So maybe I could actually, so this is going to be right here in the shadow. Yeah, let's put this into a shadow, and let's make this lighter this way. Yeah, I think that might be. Yeah, maybe, and I could then, like, that will be the big toe right here, and then it goes up. Like so. It just looked too big right now, so I need a background which would be see if this is going to work. Yep. So I could push all this make it look like grass. Yeah. Could look like a grass. And maybe drop this way, the shadow. That might work. I'm changing a direction of that foot. But what I'm trying to do is not to change the length, but show that this is where it is. Okay. Let me get a little bit of this. And I'm going to work with that shadow as well that I used yesterday. Just a little bit of this, a little bit here, and let's just make it just a touch. So it's just a little bit of greenish into that shadow. And the shadow is going to be here, like so, underneath his foot. And it could actually progress a little bit here, more like so. Should go darker. A little bit more saturation. Thinking where would be this is where would be the big toe. And it's going slightly higher up. Either way, we should see it a little bit more this way. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. It's going to go a little bit more this way. Because again, I'm struggling with, not necessarily struggling, that's not, I'm lying. I am contemplating a better position for this foot. So I'm trying to show that it's actually going up towards us, and I'm also trying to show that it's on the inclined plane in the perspective, and it just probably ideally I could go slightly darker when it comes to feet, because again I want them to show that they're traveling barefoot, which, you know, it's a as you might know, it's not the most it's not really a pleasant way to commute. So the shadow would be a little bit here, right here, and this could go off with the greens, and then finger might actually go all the way here. Yeah, because it's going towards us. There, this is a feed. Oops. A little bit more saturation there because I want to show a difference, but I don't want to go lighter, so I'm punching up the saturation again. So I'm gonna put like a little mark right here for myself, because this is where maybe you could go even lower, that habit of the clothes that he's wearing, rather. And then maybe I could, the shadow could be here even, going this direction rather, so it could be connected there. Yeah, and then I could actually draw in, not necessarily fingers, but a foot. And then there's a big toe. The fingers and going here, this way. Big toe needs to go higher up, this way, here. Then oh wow, this is, I didn't know that this was going to be that difficult to put to turn that foot the way that I wanted to. I guess I would have to use more of a all right, I'll have to, well, I'm probably not going to get this out of my, you know, because it's a really, really, like this would be a pinky, but not pinky, the smallest. Let me see. I don't have an example of this, do I? Okay. This is going to be really, really annoying for me because I don't have that kind of a. I can't even imagine the position for the foot. But maybe I could actually push that shadow right here behind him as well. Okay, that might help a little bit. So let's work a little bit with the shadow. That's a shadow there. But actually I could connect these. All the way here as one shadow shape. I think I could do that. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's going right here, underneath, and this is going to go out from there. Let me see how it looks in a mirror reflection. Yeah, that could work actually, but I should probably push it more here. So it's going to be here and then less here. Okay. So this could be. This could be all. Cross right here. Let me push it even more. More of that transparent yellow, or Indian yellow rather. I want more saturation in the lighter value. Nice, cool, that's the one. Okay. I'm trying to design right now, or shape, or create a better shadow shape. That's going to help as well, I hope. So this could go right here, perhaps as that lighter area. Cool, and then yeah, cool. And that's gonna give me a chance to do this. Yep, definitely. So let's get a little desaturated, a little darker, because I want to go into a distance in the background. Maybe even a little bit of this. Okay. I'm in love with your paintings. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. It makes really, I'm so happy that I'm not painting right now. I'm watching you instead. Jeez, I need to kick my butt and get started. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little quiet myself because I'm just trying to get into the, I'm trying to fine tune his position. And it's because I'm looking at them, how he reacts to them, what's going to happen here, how am I going to deal with the fact that I need to make sure that his dress or whatever, the clothes that he has, they're just moving. And then also I have a still question that should I just maybe make a little gap between them right here, let's say, to show where he ends and when another person starts. I think that this works good. So these are the little small adjustments, and you can tell, like, I did this. Where's my pointy stick again? Where did I put? Oh, here it is. Pointy stick. But you see this little area right here, if you shape it properly, and when I say properly, if you give a nice negative shape to this, like, let's say like this might be over exaggeration, but that's okay because I want to point that out. And also I did do a similar thing right here, let's say, right? So what I did, and maybe push it so you know exactly what I'm talking about. Right? So what I did, I painted two negative space, two negative shapes, negative spaces. I painted two spots, or I covered two shapes with the different pigment, with the background pigment. And what I'm trying to do is to visually give you a clue. So here's where his head. This connects to a larger shape, right? So there's a larger mess immediately you're reading it. But then I give you a hint right here that there are two different figures. This is a figure, and this is a figure, and there is a little space between them of grass that it's kind of showing through. Remember, I talked about the leaves that way. I did the same thing right here and here, not because that's how it look in the natural when I took a picture, but I need to do this to show where the shoulder is. I need to show this where his garment it's going to overlap another one, right? The guy in front of him. So these are these little small adjustments, and suddenly you can see the figure. You can see the division, like, oh, those are two different figures. I got it right now. They just have the same garment because they're all monks, right? So they look similar. Yeah, so this is going to be hand, this is going to be arm, it's going to be right here. this could actually go into I needed saturation, so that's why I'm using that blue pigment there. Because this is going to be probably most likely shadow, so I want to keep it shadow. Right, or he could have something also that it's, you know, also some kind of a, maybe something like he has that goes through his shoulder, so I can show the curvature here. Yeah, because I want to show the difference between the shoulder and the backpack that's going to be behind him. So I could give him some kind of a straps from that backpack, perhaps. That means that I could actually move this armpit even more, so, right. So I have hand, I have arm, and then again, better design this way, and maybe this way. Now I think of it related to discussion we had yesterday about St. Petersburg student thesis. I was looking at, do you by any chance know the average of how long it took them to complete a work like that? That's actually a good question, because we have different types of students. Not even different types, different studios, different ateliers. And like I mentioned before, first year and the second year, we are in the smaller groups. My group in the first year was, I think, 15 students in the studio, probably the size of this. So we had 15 students with the paintings and with 2 models, right? So you had to have a podiums, and then you have a little bit of a distance. So it was really packed. I mean, when we set up everything, you could walk through, you know, easels, because there were like a pathways that were created, but there was not much space for relaxing. So that was the first year. Similar with the second year, where we all learned and studied, all did the same thing. Like the whole first and second year, we do the same things in the smaller studios. And after this, we go to a third, fourth, and fifth year in the studio under one master, and he runs his studio, or she runs her studio however they want. So they have a different setups, different styles, different ideas about how to paint and you know, what to do. So the good example would be when you look at these paintings. Question would be my question, or you know, when you look at them as an example, was it a figure painting, something like this? I'm trying to find. I think this is going to be okay. It's not going to be. Well, I'm just trying to be. I know that this is art, so it's not necessarily considered as a you know, like I would be nude, but I don't want to. Well, let's see. Well, no worries. I'm going to get banned anyway, sooner or later. So when you think about, do you talk about something like this when you have a? I'm trying to make it so it doesn't. So you have a figure. So portrait like this, or a figure study, or whatever you want to call it, something like this would probably take in the school maybe 2.5, maybe 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks maximum. Depends on the portrait. Depends on how many students are there and how they're progressing or how they're working. So this might be, and I did this in my fourth year. This was my fourth year, first semester of fourth year. So this would take me somewhere between 2 weeks and 3. And 2 weeks I would paint from live with the model and everything, and then another week I would just do the patterns that are there, because it's just a, I don't know if you can see it, maybe I can get it closer. There are patterns, you can't see them because of my palette. Like when you look at the report, there are the patterns around right here. There's a different backgrounds because there was, you know, different areas of the painting that were there. So so I would probably work on that later, because I don't need to have a model there, right? So I would do all the ornaments and you know, like you know, make the chair look a little bit more three-dimensional, and the ground, you know, and do a little adjustments, just the finishing touches. So I would say 2.5 weeks. It would be for this. This is how much time would take you to do a portrait, to do a figure. I can show you, I have some portraits from the first year right here, actually, next to it, because I was they're showing some students something. This is not really particularly good portrait, but this is basically a portrait. This is from the first year for sure. Remember this. So I would have a portrait like this, and this would also in the first year. This in the first year would take probably somewhere around 2 weeks as well, right? So and this one was damaged. I think I showed this multiple times. You know, like with the transportation, it was just scratched. So I can't really do anything with this, right? Very much. I'm sorry, I'm trying to. So it's not glaring that much. So this would probably take me somewhere, you know, somewhere into about 2 weeks. So as you progress and if you move, you start with this, which would take 2-3 weeks to complete, into figure, which would take 2-3 weeks to complete. Only because you get more experience and you're working faster, because certain things you already know that when you put them down immediately, it's going to be easier in the long run. So these are work that you actually have assigned, not assigned. The setup with the model and the background, that's something that is being created by a master together with his assistants. And when you say assistant, it's not like, it's actually quite an important job to be an assistant of a master, because it's not that you would bring him a coffee. You're actually equally skillful painter that works in his studio. So it's not like, you know, you just handing him stuff. They would set up they would create the setup with the model, with the background, and you know, all the kind of still lifes around it, and that would be something that would paint for 2.5 weeks, maybe 3, depends on the time. I'm thinking 2 weeks because by the end of the quarter, or by the end of the semester, I should have like 6 or 7 paintings for them to choose from, and then they will choose which ones are going to be displayed. If you're a good student and you really excel, they can display all of them, right? Everything that you have. And if you're really bad, they will show one, or maybe sometimes they didn't even show your work. And that means that, you know, that's a problem. So there will be ones that they are preset. And then if you talk about the compositions, so let's say, you know, I did, this was a composition for topic, and then they'll give you a topic. Then they will give you a topic of, I don't know, like your favorite artist. That will be a topic. And on that topic, you should create the composition that is going to be displayed. So you would have a one, as minimum, you should have one painting with a nude figure, one painting with a fully clothed figure in the environment. These are the ones that are going to be set by a teacher. And then also you should have one composition on a given topic. So at least 3 paintings you have to show. Similarly, for drawing, you have to have one nude, one clothed, maybe on portrait, maybe one like a study of hands or feet. It depends on depends on the studio, on requirements in the studio. That will be same for a painting. And then for drawing, what we used to do, and it's actually, I can show this one. This one was the topic was a coronavirus, right? Because it was right there. So I have a multi-figural composition that it's from the time of, and this is a sketch, right? So you have something like this, we call this a sketch, even though it's quite a big painting, but then you would probably make, you know, as a final piece, as a final result, something like this. And this, it's hard to say how much does it take. It depends how good of a painter you are, and how good of a composer you are, because we do every week. It depends on the studio, but you know, at least once per week you should meet with your master and his assistants, and you have like a consultation, a discussion about that. Like, what is this? This is bad. This is not going to work. This is going to work. So we're bringing a small sketches to them. And then when they say like, okay, this is good, start working with this one, and you are satisfied, of course. First of all, you were satisfied. Then you continue and you're going to work on the larger canvas. So you would have something like this. These are all sketches, and then, you know, depends again on a studio. I mean, I did this in my second year. And I have all these right here because I was preparing that portfolio for that school, and I didn't know what they want, so I kind of take out some of the stuff that I have. So this would be, where do I put it? I put it here. So this would be a second year, and this is actually a pencil drawing. So it's it's done. It is done by, let me just close this. It's done by a graphite pencil. So this would be a graphite pencil. So I would draw it in the second year, sketch like this, in black and white, and then and the topic was enunciation. I think that's exactly. It was a Christmas, so it was a winter semester. And that's what the topic was a Christmas. I don't know if you can see it very well. So there's angels there, and they're like that's a Mary, mom's Jesus, mom of Jesus, and there's a little Jesus right there. I don't know if you can see it. It's really hard to, because it's glaring because it's a graphite pencil. So I did this with a graphite pencil in the second year. But they don't display, because composition has to be in the color. But what you do then, you would take this, and then you would create a painting out of this. So this is like an old school kind of approach to painting, and I have also the second variant. So you can see it. So I have both of them, right? So there is a one-to-one, but one is done with a graphite pencil. Another one is done with a color, right? So I don't know if it's going to be, so it doesn't glare too much. Perhaps, yeah. So that just an illustration of what it is. And this is done on a wooden board. And I glue the canvas on top of the board to create the shape. Unfortunately, I can't find anyone to create the beautiful curved frame for it. So I'll have to do it myself. So I'm working on that to do it. But it's not really that necessary right now. So I have these. these compositions. So that will be throughout the studying. Every semester you have to have a new composition on the new topic. So that will be, and that's individual how long it's going to take you. And depends also, again, what kind of materials you're going to use. I decided in the second year that I'm going to do it with the pencil, graphite pencil, the stupidest thing that I could possibly do. Because I spent so much time just hatching nicely and slowly and creating the values and so on and so forth. And I could just grab a brush and hit it with a, I don't know, a tempera or acrylic, and it would be done, you know, within a week. Instead, I was like, you know, like a month just trying to draw stuff. You're gonna learn, you're gonna learn, because there was that sketch. It's not, I wouldn't call it sketch anymore, even though it's still considered sketch, but I already figured out everything there, and then I copied it one to one. But it was the same size, so it wasn't a problem. Right now, if I wanted to elongate it, there's going to be gaps that I would have to fill with something. The reason I'm asking is because I'm mentally preparing myself to try and push myself further. Once I have my work in gallery, I want to do more than just paint what I see. Do you think that, well, when you say that, let me just, since you're asking, I want to give you the honest answer that I possibly can. I just need to know. I just need to have more information, so I don't lead you to a wrong conclusion. You want to say, you said that, I'm just going to read it one more time. The reason why I'm asking this is because I'm mentally preparing myself to try and push myself further once I have my work in the gallery. And of course, I got inspired by seeing students' thesis. Yeah, when you said that you are mentally preparing, what do you mean by that? Like, is it? Do you think, or let me ask differently. Not even ask. This is more of a statement that it's out that this. What I'm trying to say right now is my opinion, and it might not work with the way how you perceive a painting, right? Or the process of painting or art in general. Because for me, there is no mental preparation between painting this large painting and doing small one. If you mean preparation beforehand, I would make sure that I have enough space to work and enough time to work comfortably. Not being lazy and just give yourself, oh, I'm going to work 1 year on this. Make sure that if it's not, I would actually do it as your own project for yourself. So you working on your day-to-day paintings, and this is more like your hobby. And you're putting as much time and good mental health into that painting, rather than just pushing. Well, you can do that as well, but I haven't had the good results with pushing, forcing it. So that's what I did, and we had a lot of fights, and still have, not fights, a lot of arguments with the students and approaches of how to do things. There is no one way that works. It's the only important part is that if you are satisfied with the progress when you are working on it. Probably not going to be every day that you're going to be satisfied, but most of the days, most of the paintings should be enjoyable, because pushing yourself into do such a, even the larger canvases or bigger scenes, more information, it's going to get more and more complicated in terms of balancing all these things together. I don't think that there is a difference between smaller and bigger. What I would do, and this is what I want to do for our Bed Painting Fridays, only if I can finally get to them, just to create. And this is my this was a surprise, but since we're talking about this, we just can't go, not even surprise. It's something that I wanted to do. I want to create a still life with bottles and other elements that I have here that resembles this composition. So you can actually, and this is why I think the still lifes these days, that still lives are so important, because I am looking at these figures right now here, and you remember I was just, oh, what if I push this is going to be the main portrait, and I'm going to completely just, ignore this one, so this is going to stick out. So it's just, how weird would that be, and how it's going to look? This is what your still life should be about. First of all, choose the things that you like to paint. If you don't like to paint bottles or teacups, as I do, because I have them a lot, I like the shapes, like the simplicity of the shape, and most of them are handmade, so they have asymmetry, so they're not perfectly symmetrical, same as the humans would be. So that's why I like to use these things. Also, fruits. I didn't like to paint fruits because fruits. It's a difficult word for me to pronounce. Because it's just like, what am I, fruit basket? What am I, like, I don't know, what is this? I don't know, birthday party for 80 years old grandpa, so they bring him a fruit baskets, because what else you gonna, what kind of present you can think of someone, for someone that, has, it's 80 years old. So that's what usually you think about. So I was like, oh, I'm not want to do a fruit basket. These days, I think that the banana was fun because it has unusual shape, and it's not symmetrical. So that's helping. So I like to add fruits these days. I also started to grown my own plants, because they kind of, when you have a plant in the studio, they filter air, right? So they're kind of, they're sucking into them all the chemicals that are in the air, because they're breathing the same thing that I do during the night. During the day, they're creating oxygen. So that's why I started. That's why my ideas. Where did I put my brushes again? Ah, here they are. So the ideas about what to paint changed. And I think right now, being able to compose a perfect still life, and when I say perfect, I mean as good as you possibly can, it's something that I'm working on more and more, because I feel that there is a midpoint between painting figures in the large scale and composing multiple elements. So still life is something that you can do anytime you want. So that's why I don't throw empty bottles, because right now I have let's say smaller bottle. I'm going to have a bigger bottle, and you can actually take these bottles and take one acrylic pigment, let's say white, because that's the easiest for us, and just cover it with white pigment, just so it's not transparent, and you have these beautiful shapes. And this bottle could be him, and another bottle is going to be there, but it's going to be slightly behind and overlapping. So maybe I will see how it's casting a shadow. Maybe I will see how the elements are relating to each other. I could then take a picture of that still life, put it into a Photoshop, and start playing with the facts. Like, okay, like the bottle that is all the way in the back, this guy, what if I just kind of, bring it together with the background? The principles are the same. So this is something that I'm more and more into. And again, if if there is a world, no, it doesn't need to be. It happens to me. 10 years or 15 years ago, I was talking about Ron Lemon and about my really bad still lifes. This is what he was trying to teach me. I didn't understand. Why do I need to know that? I simply didn't. I was like, well, just what still life? Still life is for old people. and I'm young, fresh, full of power. I want to paint frescoes and figures flying through the air and ceilings with the perfect decorations. I just didn't understand that. You can practice and you can put all these things into a perspective by just working with still lifes. It's funny, but still life is something that I didn't like at all. And today, I wish I have time to paint more. Uh, exactly. Yeah, that makes sense. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. That's what's up. That's what's up. I think a part of me is afraid of spending too long on one painting. That's why I think that you should actually think of that as a hobby, so you don't have the pressure of, oh, I'm working on this painting and it has to be done and it has to be awesome because it's big or complicated. If you do it during the evenings, and I said during the evenings, like after hours, after working hours, in your own a comfortable, cozy space. So it's no pressure there. You're gonna relax and you're gonna experiment maybe a little bit more. But if you put yourself into position that, oh, I'm going to do this, amazing painting, a big one finally, and it's going to be perfect a first time. I don't want to say that it's not possible. I think that you might be disappointed, and it actually might steer you away from painting. So it has that. It makes sense. I showed you the portrait that it took me 3 weeks to create in the first year, compared to a fourth year full figure painting, which is way better executed. It has better edges. It has more complicated backgrounds. The color works better. It's overall better painting. Not because I was, not because it happens to be that, in the eyes of a regular viewers, would be like, oh, what happened? He got better talented over 3 years period. No, it's just, it has nothing to do with talent. It has everything to do with experience and dealing with the problems and understanding the mistakes that you made, right? So that's why I have no reason not to do it. I have plenty of daylight lamps to use it if I have to make it my hobby, and earn money during daytime with what works, so there's no loss. I think this is the healthiest approach. I'm saying this, never happened. Just disclaimer. I wish that I am able to do this. I'm not. That's why I'm talking from my own experience. Not because I've done it, because I didn't. And I know how easier it would be. So, yeah. Maybe too much honesty. I shouldn't, this is not helping to grow this. This stream or channel or whatever you want to wish it. If I'm telling you all the bad things that I did, I should be like, oh, I'm so cool. Look at this. How can I paint professionally? Yeah, not really I shouldn't probably do marketing even for myself because it's not really. Maybe if I put the hand first there, it would be easier for me. Yeah, let me just jump into hands. Not jump into hands. Let me check if I can. I appreciate your honesty. It's good to be realistic. I crashed too many times, so I get what you're saying. I've heard that people work on multiple pieces at the same time. I could do that and put a few strokes on my personal project. And you said or mentioned exactly what's happening here. This is the main painting, right? Right now, I have, and I was showing it to you, but I'll show it again because this is something that it's in the progress from Italy that I'm working on. This is something that I want to work on. I started it in the school in the third or in the fourth year, but I haven't had the chance. So this is a portrait that I'm working on. That it's just it's a beginning. It was a like a quick. Again, it's weird. It is. It has a. Yeah. So and here I practice a little bit more of a Rembrandt. When I say I'm practicing a little bit more of a Rembrandt, it's because it was a kind of a Rembrandt-esque setup. I really liked it because of that, ornaments that the costume had. So I even started to applying. I'm just trying to show. Oh, I don't have a palette there. I turned it off. Let me just. It's on. So I wanted to show you that I was playing with the textures here, and I haven't had a chance to do. And this was during the school, right? So they were, what are you doing? You're supposed to paint, because there was like an extra. I stand up because this is a paper on the board, right? This is I just took a paper and I put the PVA on that, and you can see the textures. I was really playing here with the kind of a. I'm trying to show the texture. I don't know if it's if it is visible. Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. But what I'm doing here is I'm really playing with the textures. I'm having fun with what's happening. Same for the upper part, the head. When you look at that, it's just a bunch of random brush strokes, especially for the head. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's like really abstract art. It's like I'm looking at it right now. It looks like a hill, which has a cross on the top. But then, when you put it into perspective, it's supposed to be a head, supposed to be crowned, actually. Crowned, because this is one of this is the way how crowns look in that, used to look in imperial Russia a long time ago. So it was like a crown, but it had a padding and also like a warmer because it's cold, right? These are on side that I have right there. I also have another one since we're doing this. Oops. I have another one. I'll show you that one as well. So I have like a larger. I'm still trying to go on the other side, right? So I'm working on the scene from a historic city. So there's a bunch of stuff that I still have here that I'm working on that I have to get to. I have to get to it to make it to practice, right? To test the theories and to kind of work my way through these things, so I have a better understanding than what can and what could work and what doesn't work. So that's what I'm saying, that I wish I knew these things before. Well, actually, I knew them. I just didn't know the importance, or I don't even know what to say, how to say it. It was just, So I'm just this is going to be the reoccurring thing. So, and I was doing this. I mean, are you serious? And you can see, like, there's unfinished thing with the apple, or whatever was it. I guess it was apple or some kind of a fruit right here. And I was like, oh, I saw so many cool, unfinished paintings, but this is unfinished because I don't know how to do it, not unfinished because I made it part of a design or part of a composition, right? So, and I love that you're always laughing at that painting. It's just, you know what? This is going to be a Bad Painting Friday t-shirt. It's going to be like this. I'm going to transfer this to a t-shirt, and this is what's going to be on the chest, and it's going to call Bad Painting Friday. So I'm going to have a pearl. I should probably start a merch. So with really bad paintings. Well, that's what's up. It's a part of it's a learning process, and you should never see these things, and you shouldn't show them to people because it just kind of lowers that value of your work. Not necessarily that, not even that, but people are like, oh, well, I can do that. Why should I pay for it? That's the idea behind that. So you buy the t-shirt? Okay, all right. So maybe this is what I could do. This would be fun. I might actually do everything, like, do the preparation in a vector-based program. I can do like a test print of one t-shirt, and I can send you a file so you can print it on whatever you want. So you don't have to, we don't have to pay for, you don't have to pay for shipping and stuff like that. So, because, this is not about, I still believe that this shouldn't be about making money necessarily. Especially when you work on your own projects. Of course, when you work commissions, then it's about the money, but this is not about the money. If this would be about the money, I am a couple thousand euros in debt, which I cannot retrieve. So, and that's why I'm not stressing, that's why I'm not being so annoyed, because it's my painting. I want to do it the way that I like it, and not the way how I'm supposed to make it. So it could either sell or it could. There's a different projects that I do that way, and not only me, it's everyone who works in the industry, including you, I'm pretty sure. Up to you. I do enjoy collecting art-related t-shirts. Yeah, this would be except that you're gonna ruin your collection because because this is not art. It's not even art-related. It's not even, you know what I heard? It's a art adjacent. That's how we can call this. This is art adjacent. You always, I don't know how you're doing it, but you always make me think about like these stupid ideas. Even yesterday, like the comment about from dark to light, the journey of a mullet. It's just, that's so funny. These little things. And if you cannot make fun of yourself, I think that you are, and I'm not saying that's you, I'm just, it's just a general observation. If you cannot make fun of yourself, you are losing so much. Or you just, the experience of just having fun with your own stuff, it just makes it a little bit more believable. Or real, or I don't know how to say that. So I'm loving it. You agree? Okay, that's awesome. So we have we're going to. So I'm going to. Okay. So we have the journey of a mullet, which is so funny. We have a Bad Painting Fridays, and right now we're going to have a merch. And it's going to be art adjacent. It's just gonna, it's just that's so stupid. I mean, seriously. At this point, I think that I can say that that we just upgraded this this creative discourse to another level. But you know what? It might actually work. Art adjacent quality T-shirts. I mean, I hope you see me laughing because it's just it really makes me laugh. I could actually push this a little bit. You remember yesterday I was talking about the. Can you imagine? It's raining outside. It's gloomy. I want to just sit and sleep and procrastinate, and instead we're just having fun and painting. I mean, well, it can be. There's nothing it could be better than this. Just, like really going through the library, looking for some something, because I'm pretty sure that I did a couple of hmm. I just can't remember. Hmm. Give me a second. Um, I'll be right back. Just a second. All right. I thought that I could. It would take really long time because I have. I don't remember. Maybe I have some sketches in my. Like a, I have like a pile of old sketches in the back, And I was thinking like I can quickly go through them. No, I can't quickly go through them. I just have to, take it out and, probably digitized everything, or digitalized, and have it, in one device. But it again, will take a while. So that's not an option. What is this? Okay. Ain't gonna work. Hmm. So maybe if I put his hand here, maybe he's holding something. I'm sorry. I'm just. I'm in the thinking process, and it's probably due to also the weather. Weather is more philosophical than anything else today. I'm glad you're having fun. It's cloudy here, but no rain. I miss the sun though. I think it's a perfect weather for me right now. It's raining outside. It gives me that kind of a, the white noise of rain, and the only problem is that I don't have proper light, but can't have everything, right? So maybe if I push the elbow a little bit out, so I create, so it would be here, and then overlap here, and then it could be the backpack right here somewhere that he has. I think this might work, and then it could go with a strap over, right, somewhere here, perhaps. Because what I want to create a little bit of interest here, and not because how would I put it? Because I already have a silhouette that's helping them. Right now, I want to create a little bit more interest, so it doesn't look like I just painted a portrait right here. This is all background. I want them to be related a little bit, and then I can push this a little lighter, this area right here. So maybe let me maybe test it and show you what I mean. So what I could do here, right, the same thing, I could just bring a little lighter values. And you can see that the canvas is it's really wobbly. It's really loose. The reason why it's loose is because I'm pressing on the middle right here. That's why I don't like these clamps that much. Because it compresses that right in the middle right here, so it's get a little looser. Then it just kind of create a concave, concave. So this could go a little lighter, right, as we talked, and then he could have a hand right there, right? So I'm going to slowly give them a little bit more volume. Right? Because I want them to be lighter. And when the moment I light these up a little bit, I could light up a background as well. And you can see he's starting to be a little bit more three-dimensional, just visually, because I made this area a little lighter, and this is just a dry brush on top of it, right? So when it dries, it's not going to be as visible, but right now it's very visible because it's something that is wet and shiny against something that is dry and darker, right? So this is kind of this works nice against this plus the shadow. So I could start pushing the portrait as well, if I so choose. But you can slowly start seeing the volume showing through, or being present. Same thing can go here. I can then push this little lighter, and then bring his portrait a little bit more up to speed. So that will be probably another thing that I could look into. Yeah, he could actually have a different. I was thinking, because I was going through those. I was going through those cloth files that I have with cloths, and I saw different hats that they used in that time period. And some of them were light, so I could maybe just bring a little lighter value here. Right, slowly. And immediately the background is going to look way too dark, so I could soften it a little bit with the idea of, okay, it's dark, so let's warm it up a little bit. Let's see what's warmer background going to do to it. But I need warm, but really saturated, really high chroma. Why? Because then I can go on top of it, and it's going to create a nice kind of interplay. And this is going to be really strange what I'm going to do. I have to test it. I can't help myself. Let's just choose him since I started. Yeah. That's too dark. Right, so I have to go lighter. I kind of like the, but I'm going light with white. I don't like that. So I'm going to jump into different pigment, because I wanted to make it, I'm going here because I want to make it lighter, but also I want to keep the saturation. And that a little bit more orangish. It's too. All right, so let's go even lighter. And this might be way too light and way too saturated, way too red, but the way how I paint, and we discussed this into length, these are full-on experiments. And that's why I'm telling you, like, if you have this part, and you can see, like, it's red right there. That's crazy. If you have right now that's just a commission, and you're painting it for someone, or you're doing you're working on the project, let's say with other people, or it's just, like you putting together a gallery opening that, you have, with another artist, and you guys are decided to, open the gallery at that time, everything is set. This would be pretty ballsy move. Right? Unless you are in that mindset of, oh, it's going to be all right. It's going to be fine. It's not, And I think it's going to be all right. even though within 2 weeks I have to transport it to another country and then presented it there. So please don't do this unless you are okay with failing. Yeah, cool, I like it. It's going to stay that way. Nice. For now. Maybe I could make it a little desaturated around. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep the same value, but I'm going to introduce a little bit of blue into it because I want to desaturate it. Touch lighter, maybe. Right, nice. So that's going to be a transition. And right now I can go into it with this. Randomly. And this is really a lot of saturation there. It has a lot of pigment, but I diluted a little bit more with a medium that I use. So as it's going to dry darker, but it's still going to be saturation on top of it. So then I can start going with another layer and correct it and create that kind of a visual back and forth. Speaking of failing, I got my custom frame. It didn't fix. I measured my panel and I was a few millimeters off. Oh, I swear I measured it well, I guess not. Okay, so what's the problem? You said a couple millimeters. Is it because you cannot fit it in, or because it's too big for your canvas? What issue are we dealing with? We can fix it, it's no problem. This one is turning it into a, Let me try this. Let me test this. Maybe I could use a larger brush. Let's do this guy. Okay, let's more of this, a little bit of here. Nice, cool. It's going to be too light, so let's get darker. That's probably a little bit more saturation. And the reason why I'm adding saturation here is because I don't want it to have the same color, same hue, I'm sorry, as their clothes. So so this is going to be a lighter. Cool. Yep. Right here in the background. Nice. I don't know if this is a right call or not. It's just, I'm simply just going to do it, and let's see. I'm trying to cover the top part, as I mentioned to you, because that would be a really painful experience. Yeah, I think this is going to be better. Yep. Because I'm going to get the same dark value, dark shape there. It's just not going to be as potent as dark. My panel is too big to fit in the frame. Instead of 40 by 30, at something like 44.4 by 30.4. I found another canvas panel that's 40 by 30 centimeters, and it fits just fine. But this one isn't prepared with oil primer. Even if I start on that, it'd be too late for the gallery anyway. I can't type today. That's okay. 40, 44. Okay. Well, those are these 4 millimeters that you have there. It's the problem with the canvas. So that's probably give you the thickness on both sides, right? So it's like 2 millimeters from one side because of the canvas as you stretch it, and 2 millimeters from the other side. That's normal. That's understandable. What you could do is 2 things, or maybe do you know what? Here I have some. Here I have the one that I'm working on myself. And since it's an expensive a frame, as we mentioned, is expensive. What you could do is to like this is your frame, right? And it has like a little edge right there, right? The edge, and that's where you put your painting. Let me just give a. It's just like a little adjustments, right? So that's the painting is going there, right? That's the edge, so it's covering. We talked about this previously to make sure that you leave a little bit of space, because here, for instance, right. And this is the problem. This is also the problem if you don't have the color all the way up. So you're going to see like these little imperfections there. What you could do, and it might help, to take a sandpaper or sand block, not sandpaper, just a sand block. And when I say sand block, I mean, where do I have this? Let me see if I have it. Somewhere here, ready to be deployed. There it is. I got it. And you could sand it in a little bit, right? So there's there's a block, a sanding block, and then you can just not this edge, not the top edge, but the side edge, and try to actually, a little bit, to sand it down a little bit. I know it works because I've done this before, and as you're sanding it, you can actually get to fit it. This is something that I would actually, immediately deploy other person. You said that your husband doesn't like to, doesn't like painting, but maybe he likes to work with his hands. So give him this, and he's just going to sand it while you're painting. If it's smaller. Another thing is why it might be the problem. So let me show you this. This is one of the portraits that my mom right now wants me to put into a frame. So another problem is that you have your size. There might be a staples that they are kind of sticking out too much. They're preventing it, so I would really nail them all the way in. And then look at this corner right here, right? See, so I'm getting at least those 2 millimeters from one and from the other side by the way how I wrapped it. So that will be one of the things. And if it's a wooden panel, right, that you painted on the panel, you can sand the panel. That's probably the easiest way. So you're going to shave a couple millimeters from left and right. But if it's a stretch on the canvas, you have to restretch it with a different technique. So instead of going over, this has to go under. Which would solve the problem at least on one side. It's still going to be bumping from the other side, but that's, and then you can sand only the other side. So you don't need to sand all of them. So you see, like, these are really sticking out too much. These ones, just to show you, they're really, really sticking out. And if I take a hammer, you can hammer them in a little bit more. Don't go crazy. Don't destroy your canvas or your underpainting, your stretcher bars. But you can see this, it's overkill here. Like, I don't know why I have so many of them right here, because it was really a beginning of this is a start of stretching canvases, so I was overprotective over this. But then you can just hammer it in, and this one immediately it's flushed with right. And I would just go over this, and this is the problem probably that's making that. So there are the options. Or if none of this is going to work, then you have to restretch it to a smaller stretcher bars. Your work, right? So you're gonna get a smaller stretcher bars. And when I said smaller, I mean 0.5 millimeter smaller. I don't know if your local store or somewhere they go by millimeters, but if they don't, then you have to create your own precise size of a stretcher that you want to use, stretcher bar. That's another option. It's not the end of the world. So don't worry. Well, that's a lot of staples. Yeah, that was way too. And I was afraid that it's just going to buckle and everything. Mine are wooden panels, so sanding is the option, but I prefer not to. So I think I'll try a new frame at the right size, because I'll need at least 5 of them if it works out. Yeah, well, it's just there's always a solution. It's just, the solution, you're paying that much money to not deal with these problems. And I understand that, how frustrated it is. But trust me, it's not end of the world. It's fun. You can say then, or hear me out. Then you can say that you, if you sell that canvas, you can say that this frame or this painting was fitted perfectly to the frame. I was all the way there with, creating the frames and so on and so forth. You can create a fun story about it. So that's what I would do. You remember, fake it till you make it, You'll be on this particular painting. I remember I was painting it and I had a problem to put it into this perfect frame that I, set it up for it. So this is what I needed to do. And also then I adjusted the composition a little bit, and right now it's in the perfect, precise position. It's my first time, so of course it can't be smooth. Okay, all right. When was my first streaming? Like a year ago? it still ain't smooth. I don't know if you think that the second one is going to be smooth. I'm laughing because I know something that you don't know. Most likely the second one is not going to be good as well. I just let's not get ahead of ourselves, but there is a possibility. I'm kidding. It's fun. you're scaring me. Yeah. Well, what else I'm going to do? I'm not good at painting today, so let me at least make the other people miserable, because by comparison, my day is going to go better, right? Isn't this isn't this the standard approach? Maybe I could. That's gonna be the same fingers and arm. It's just gonna look the same as the guy that it's holding it. What about that pole that I was talking about that he could be holding as well? Do I have something? Because and the reason why I thought of it, because I just kind of did just a quick adjustments for where the hand should be. And then I see a finger here. It almost looked like he's holding something like this. You know, one of those cool, like the paintings that, with sculptures, so they're holding it something like this. So that's how I felt that maybe that, but holding it like this, you know, thinking about that's not really a walking situation. And I want to show walking, so he should be holding something a little bit more, like a better grasp to it. I don't know. Or he could have, ooh, this would be cool. He could have something that goes this way. You know, like one strap instead of like a backpack. Probably they had like these straps only. Just, yeah, because I remember I saw some of a, you know, like they used to also carry kids that way. That you have a blanket just strapped around, and then you have like a baby right here. It's just a blanket. It's not a special anything. It's just a thing. So he could have something similar but instead of having something in the front, like a baby, he has something in the back. So I could create a little bit more of a diagonal that would help me with this diagonal here this way and the little diagonal here. You know what I was talking about, the windshield wipers. So this is that kind of a, you know, thinking not necessarily outside of the box, but looking for creative solutions, that I wanted to have some diagonal here. So it does not necessarily need to be actual, you know, a stick. It could be something that visually create that. But I have to be careful because I am starting to be worried about this edge right here. It's starting to be, you know, so it has to be, okay, so I'm going this way, that way. It has to be slightly different angle there. So let's see if I could do it there, and I could actually hit it with warmer value, so I can see it from a distance. So picture this. So it's going up. And over, and then it's in the back right here, like so. Maybe that's too much, so I don't need to push it that far away. But you know, I guess you can see what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to create that. Yeah, I think this is going to, yeah, I think this is cool. So I have that, and right now I have a, that's what I was looking for. So I have this, and it goes this all the way here, right? So it kind of gives that kind of a half, like the windshield wipers kind of a thing. Okay, in this case, it's acceptable. My day's not the best either, but I'm trying. Yeah, well, here's the thing. It is okay. You can fix it, put please send me a picture, and we can definitely deal with it together. Speaking about the pictures, oh man, that windmill painting, it's awesome. It's really cool. It's really, really cool. And actually, that beginning stage of a new painting, that's a fresh approach. That's that Bed Painting Fridays application there. I can tell that you are way more like you feel a little bit more comfortable with pushing the paint around and having fun. Trust me, you're going to see it on your paintings as well, that they're a little wilder than than you are used to. And then you start opening the things like Velasquez, and you see like that's just a wild bunch of brushstrokes that makes no sense whatsoever. Maybe I could push it even more. It's going this way and underneath. Go a little further there. Nice. Ooh, and we can put, oh yeah, that's something that I wanted to do for a long, long time. I need to give him a So he has something, he holds something that it doesn't really matter what it is right now. I'm just looking at that variety and the differences. Because that's how I'm trying to think of, if they have all the same costume or all the same clothes, I can't really make the distinction between them, right? So then I'm trying to turn the heads, but there's only so many position that I can do with the hats right now, so it looks believable. So then I have to start changing the position for the arms and also the artifacts that they're holding and so on and so forth. So these things are all related to each other, and this is not the moment when I'm just adding stuff for sake of just having things. No, I need to have these moments and elements because they create a they create a little bit more of an interesting shapes and more interesting painting in general. Okay, so that would be that problem would be solved. That's super cool. And then I could maybe give him something into his hand either, like something here. What could he hold? What could he possibly hold? Yeah, maybe he could hold something like a, I wanted to say bucket, but perhaps he could hold a bucket. But it does not necessarily have to be a bucket, it could be like a, think that that might be possible. I don't know. That's the problem. Okay, I see the problem right now. Well, because I'm thinking about like the position, and I'm thinking about his feet or his legs, legs rather, with that motion going back and forth. But what I forgot is that we don't walk like this, right? We walk. We're trying to, you know, the balance. It's so this hand should not go forward; it should go backward. If this leg is going forward first, I have my hands here. So I'm thinking about the movement of legs and movement of arms, not in the harmonious way, right? So that's the anatomy that I'm thinking about right now, the anatomy of him walking. And that might be the fact that doesn't sit well with me. So maybe his hand should go here. Let's see that. Let's put it there immediately to know what's up. And it has to go darker. Let's make it darker. So I'm thinking maybe it should be here instead, that hand. And that would maybe help that motion. So I could push this a little bit more this way here, and so. Yep. And that's the moment that he's here, he's holding something. This is his hand, he's holding something. Maybe something could be here. Because I need to connect them. I don't like that they're compositionally, it's just a weird gap there. Just a weird gap. So and when I say gap, this is what I'm talking, this negative space right here, it's kind of generic, it looks like a banana or something like that. It just doesn't work, it doesn't sit well with me. But this might be the answer to that. So let me just get rid of this hand right here, right? And instead of running it here, so his arm is going to go backwards instead of forward. Yeah, I think that's going to be better, for sure, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, that would put the motion forward towards him, and I can create here a little bit of that, how do you call it, a fold. Could create folds. And maybe I could give him a little bit of angle here. Yep. Okay. All right. More and more. Crazy ideas. So let's see which one's going to work. dark. Slightly darker value. So it would be like so. Seems like it's going to be, his arm is going to be too big, too thick. So I can actually go maybe even this way. Yep. And then this would be the position of the arm. A new position for the arm. I think it's too low right now because I have a little bend. So maybe it could be here. And right now what I'm doing is I'm creating, I'm trying to create a nice shape, negative shape, and also make it so it makes sense when it comes to a painting. To his anatomy, I'm sorry. My only issue is how to refine them now. Trees and I aren't the friends, but they were too pretty not to paint, so I'll just roll with the flow and hope for the best. I'll just try to see them as abstract shapes and forgot the fact that they are trees. That would be that would be something that I would actually say to myself as well. So that's a good thinking. I think that might be beneficial to do it that way. Also, I would just, if you're not sure, I would just find the bushes that I like, that someone else already painted, and I would just bluntly, I would just copy them, one to one. That's what I would do. Yeah. The elbow has to go higher up, but then, okay, I'll make a, I will create a, I will create a lighter value here and here. That's going to be the, it's going to be the arm. Lighter value here. That's the main thing. Now let me go a little darker, a little warmer. So I will push the half tone here a little bit. Oh yeah, cool, cool, cool. All right, so it's right there. And this is where it could curve in. Nice. I have to be careful not to, again, you see, like I'm copying the same thing right here. That's just not what I want. So I'm going to adjust this a little bit more. So it's not the same. And then there's going to be a lot of light around here. So you can maybe push it even lighter. I'm thinking that there is a light right here. Yeah. here actually could be shoulder. I could grab this. And create a, like a, like so. A little bit of shadow right here because I want to show that shoulder. Okay, that could work there. And maybe it could go here. Yeah. Okay, let's push it all the way there. Cool. That's a light area. I have that mullet right there that is resting on the shoulder. It could go down here. I'm just designing right now. I'm just having fun with design. This is nothing to do with anything. I'm just having fun with design, and I'm trying to put them all together, right? So, and I'm looking you can see me just going back and forth, and I'm scanning and I'm zooming. I'm going through every one of them really quickly as it goes in the back, and I'm thinking like, what can I do to him, and how am I going to approach it to make it look like okay, so you could have something like this on him, on top of him. Again, similarly that something is being draped around this guy, he's going to have something as well. Remember, I talked about this, that I want to have, you know, this head right here and here, and I'll push that head as well here, because I want you to see it from a different side, or from different points of view. So you have when you look at a painting in its totality, you're going to understand that this head, this same head in a different rotation, right? So it kind of going to put them together, these figures, right? Same goes for other elements that they have. I'm showing this wrapping around from this point of view, so you can connect it visually, or there's a visual clue that, oh, it's a similar thing that's happening here. So it's a little bit more believable. I don't know if this is the best way to do it, but as it is right now, I'm kind of running out of ideas of how to make them. I think that even when I'm looking at the camera right now, on the screen, I think that the light values here are way better than the darkness. It's still the same shape. I'm going to keep the shape, but I'm just going to, that's going to bring these guys a little bit more forward with the lighter values. Or whew, this is going to be crazy. Hear me out. And again, all of what I'm doing here right now, if I were really smart and good painter, I would do these beforehand. But I'm not. So there. Ooh, and we can do even better. So this arm, it's right here. But you know when you're walking and you're holding something like kids sometimes doing it, they're going and then they're moving really quickly forward. So hand is already here, but the bag it's still there. So that's you create the kind of abrupt motion. So perhaps I could leave this. He has the hand right here, and he's holding it, but it's going this way right here. So this is where the object that he's holding is going to live, which is going to give me another that kind of a beautiful connection with the shape that I'm looking for. So let's just put it there. What would it be? It could be something like I don't know, like something wooden. It doesn't really matter what it is. I'm just thinking about the wood right now. All right, so let's just make a light wood like this. So you know what I mean. It has to go, no, maybe it doesn't have to go darker, but it has to be maybe a little darker. A little bit more. Saturation. Okay, nice, cool. So it would be, could be there. Yeah, I don't think it's bothered anybody or affecting anything. So it could go, it could live right here. He's holding it, his arm is there, so his arm needs to be more like so. So his arm could be, or his hand, rather, could be here. Oh yeah. So he's not right now like in a full swing. So that shows the kind of urgency and the motion in the painting, I think. Okay. Okay. And to show it a little better, all this could actually go into a dark tone, dark value. And with that a shadow shape, I'm going to kind of carve in and create some other shapes as well. What could do I have something to help me with this? I don't think I do. Well, maybe I could actually incorporate it into his, when I was talking about the folds of his clothes. That could go there, and then I could just push all this in between as a dark value. So I'm not thinking about anything specific whatsoever. I'm just creating a little darker values. Perhaps that would be a shadow there, right here, being casted with that. So what I have, what I'm creating right now, it's a dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, right? So it's a steps next to each other. But when I put the dark shapes right there, immediately you're starting to see, oh, there is an object that is casting shadow. So it's probably hand because it's in that position and that person is holding something behind. Maybe I could make it a little bigger. Right? So he's holding something. So he's carrying some, basket of some sort. So that's going to be a heavy-duty guy. So I have a guy that we didn't know. We had a guy we didn't know what he is going to be. And he was kind of was causing a lot of nuisance there. So we have him, and then we have another guy that's carrying everything. So this is a people pleaser. That's why he has a mullet. And this guy is just he's just there. Someone told him to join this clan or the club of people or group, and he's there. Right, and that lighter area could give us also, we could push with a super light, super saturated. Maybe, I don't know, we'll test. Super light, super saturated, maybe here, right this. A little bit of a grass. And these has nothing to do with painting anything specific. This is designing something that it's pleasing. And when I say designing, I'm not only designing, I'm trying to make sure that since this is here, maybe, right here, the little piece. Cool. So instead of having this ridiculous, space between them that is equal everywhere, I'm trying to disconnect it and connect them and make it a little bit more oh yeah, we're heading towards the right direction, I think. Awesome. Awesome. So maybe, this would be also cool. Check this out. So let's go into this. Way too light that it should be, but it doesn't really matter because what I'm going to do, I'm going to push his arm even higher. And the reason why I want to do it, because I want to show the difference between them, right? So they almost have the same position, almost the same position. But one of these guys, this particular one, his sleeves are like mine. That he's just, how do you say that? He roll up his sleeves, right? Which would give me a little bit more of a separation here, maybe bunching into this, so I can create better, what do you call them, folds. I'm losing words because I'm, I switched my brain completely to a visual thinking. I don't know if that's even a word. What I mean by that is just I'm thinking in shapes, not in words. It's difficult for me to talk. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I still have time. It's cool. Because it was dark. Right now it's light, and I see a really, really and I'm going with even lighter pigment. Do you know why? Because look, this was a pigment. I already have a lot of pigment on the canvas. So the same way that I was creating the portrait, same way I'm trying to think of his arm as well. So you can give him a little bit more light on this side. So it's a lighter value. And right now everything it's harsh. You know, like all the transitions are really, really, but it's just the 2 brush strokes, and it's all smooth out. It's all good again. It's smooth. Yep, and then I could actually, nice, I could put this right here. Yep. Oh, awesome. So this is the direction of his, because this line was not corrected, was not connected. Yeah. Maybe I could make this even bigger. There's a bigger gap between them. Maybe. I don't know. Might be. I need to make it a little bit more green. So, can I still use this? I believe I can. Cool. And right now there's no debate about what it is. It's a grass. It's green as can get, as it can get. Cool. And it just does not have a right brush strokes there, because I have everything this way, so it should go like so. So what I'm doing right now, I'm not repainting it, I'm creating a different directions for brush strokes. And the reason behind it is that you're thinking about, like, I moved here behind him and went this way, right? Because it looked like I'm doing something here, and then I'm putting different brush strokes here and different brush strokes here. And I want it to be like the continuation. So even the direction of a brush strokes might actually affect that. You're doing just fine. You express your thoughts way better than I can. Focusing on the negative shapes, sky, for example, is helping a lot. I might keep the transparency and nature of the underpainting there. That looks good. That looks good against the opaque sky. Yeah, it looks cook against the opaque sky. Yeah, but I know what you wanted to, what you wanted to type. It is something with these negative shapes that we neglect, and they are so important. They can actually. I mean, thinking about painting beautiful, painting a little bit more negative shape here will improve this and this figure simultaneously. Like that's how I think about it. That's the same problem that I have here that I have to address. I still didn't, but I will. Trust me, I will. But it doesn't bother me right now, because it works with the theme. It's not something that I have to necessarily, oh, it needs to be addressed immediately. It's all good. So let's do okay, and then it's just going to press. There will press on his. Then it's going to press on here. Yep. Cool. Right now, let me think of that. Sleeve. Do I have some sleeves here? No, I don't. Never mind then. Or it could be here. All right, so okay, I could do that. Okay, and then maybe push it here this way. Yeah, maybe like so. I just have to make sure that he does not look like a soldier, because right now he looks like a soldier to me. It's like that the strap of things there. You know, this right here. So I'll have to figure that out a little better. Yeah. All right, let me just. I can right now punch it with a really, really light pigment. Little lighter area, and yeah, and suddenly we're talking about arm immediately. It's just seeing that the arm is going too low, it's too long. Maybe it's because of the position of a shoulder. Maybe it could go a little higher. Maybe if I just push the, let's make this cleaner so I know exactly where it goes. Maybe it won't be that big of a problem. I think it's okay. It's maybe too thick. Okay, it's too thick. Yeah, because it's almost the thickness of a head, the arm, and it shouldn't be that. So I'm going to slim it a little bit. So I'm going to take a little bit from here. But I need to make it a little lighter, or the shadow a little darker. Yep. Cool, a little lighter. And a little less saturated. And the soft transition. And the soft transition, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. All right, which gives me a space to do this, which I'm excited about, to bring the saturation even higher on that icon right now, and match it with that just grab a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And I have to clean my palette. This is so weird to work with the different pigments, different brands. Yep. Okay, it's starting to be, and I want it to be a little bit like a patchy because it was uneven surface, so. There are areas where it's just visible, an area where it's not, or where it's a high saturation in areas with the low saturation, and then I'm just going to, I can glaze on top of it if I need to. Do you have a recommendation for a glass versus wood palette in, I'm pretty new with the oil painting. It's a great question. Give him some time. He'll answer as soon enough. Thank you, DM. That you already know that if you ask something, you have to wait patiently. By the time I actually realize that someone is typing. Actually, that's a great question. It goes down to your own preference. I use all kinds of palettes. This one particular that you're looking at, it's a actually glass on top of a wood. So I can actually, so I can just, there's a glass sheet on top of a wooden board. So I'm using the kind of a natural, I toned down the palette underneath to like a darker value. And the reason why I'm using a glass palette, it's just for cleaning purposes. So I have my palette covered right now with pigments. It's a good question, so I can clean it. I can't really do any more mixing here, right? And there's a lot of pigments, and you might think like, what am I going to do with them? Well, I'm just going to scrape it. That's it. And it's easier for me to clean it this way because I have a clean surface, and I can continue. I can continue reusing this paint. I use it as a, sometimes I use it as a tone. And the reason why I need a clean surface is because then you're going to start matching your other pigments, not with what needs to be there and the saturations that you need, but you're trying to adjust them to this. Going back to palette, you can use a glass palette, that's okay. I have here, I'll show you. I have here, when I paint during the bed painting Fridays, I have like a little setup right here. So I have a different palette, which is just the wood, a smaller one right here. So this would be, the palette that I'm using right now, it's this plus the glass on top of it. This is just a wood, and I'm keeping it this way because you can still clean this very nicely. Well, this is me not cleaning the palette, or actually using a different medium. It was really fast drying, and usually when I leave my palette like this, the next day I can still clean it. But this was all already dried, so I couldn't. But you can then sand it and start. And when you sand it down, you can start over with the clean surface. I also use everything as a palette. I have these boards that I prepared. I talked about them previously, and it's just their palettes from the other side, right? So I use this as a palette for all kinds of stuff. So that could be a surface. Ideally, you want to have a surface that's good for you, and then you like to work with. I have another palette right here, and you can have any size, any shape that you want to. You can have, this is the lighter palette, right? This is more for outdoors when I go outside, because it's again light, and I can put it and store it inside my pochade box, or easel, or Podolski. It doesn't really matter which one do you use. Or you can just carry it in the hand, because sometimes I do that as well. I just carry it in my hand. And then this is just a regular MDF board. So you can use this as a palette, which is just a board. I wouldn't just make sure that whatever you do, you prepare your surface for applying a pigment on top of it. If you want to have long-lasting palette and don't change it for years to come, you can submerge this into, not this, but you can submerge wood into the oil and let it sink, really soak in with an oil, and that's gonna stay with you forever. Other things that you can do to keep your palette working forever is just always cleaning it up. I'm cleaning wooden palettes with oils. And when I say oils, I mean I'm cleaning the palette with a linseed oil. I don't clean it with the mineral spirits. I don't need to clean this glass at all because I can just scrape it, and I'm using a scraper which they use for window pane or window seals and frames on the windows when they're trying to get rid of the paint. The same scraper here, just a different variant. This is more industrial grade or industrial. It's like a hobby shop I also use this for scraping it, which is the same thing. It's a scraper, and I attach it a razor blade from or razor from cutting knife, or how do you call them? The ones that, for boxes, for the card boxes that you want to cut. So I will scrape with that. So that would be basically, and that's what I was actually mentioning the last time. Basically, you can use whatever you want as your palette. Last time I did the Rembrandt a copy that we worked on. So I actually squeezed the pigments on the top corner and I used them there, used that as a palette, and I just painted the rest of the painting, right? So they're up here. So there is no problem if you wish. There's plenty of painters that they're painting here, so they would squeeze the pigments right here, and he would or she would mix, and just, you know, you're right next to it, because I have to go back and forth all the time. So you can do that. You can use whatever surface you want. You just have to be you just have to understand that some surfaces are more absorbent and some are less absorbent. Last time I also, when you work with oils, you can also use, and I use that for acrylics, I just don't know where it is. It's that foam board. You can use just the foam board, and that's it. And then when you're done, it's cheap. It's very light. So when you travel, you have that. You just use, and you can cut it to a shape you prefer. And then you can just, when you're done, you can throw it away. You don't need to even clean it if you don't want to. And if you're absolutely like, you just don't know what to do and what to paint on, I have some of my, some of the palettes that I did. I don't know where I put it right now. It's just when you purchase let me see, about here. This is not a good example, but also an example. So I have a, you have this kind of a, for your documents, right? The papers that you have, your documents is like the stuff that you put, you know, for your files. I don't know how it calls, the sleeve. I don't know, it doesn't really matter. So I use that as a palette. And you can find these in every store, most likely. So you can use that as a palette because I needed it, so there. That could be a palette. But these are not necessarily the best way. The glass seems super convenient. My biggest problem is running out of the space. Yeah, and running out of the space, it's a problem that can be addressed, not necessarily, well, here's the question. You're running out of space with what? With that you cannot put pigments on it, or with your mixtures? Because if you're running out with space with your mixtures, you just clean your palette and you start over. That's what I did. And this is a fairly big palette, so it's probably 1 meter wide and 0.5 meter tall. It's pretty big. So it's actually as big as this canvas. So this is the size of the palette that I have. And the reason why I have a palette that big, because I use bigger brushes. So if you use brushes like this, or this, it's probably the same size as when I use such a brush like this for a smaller palette like that. That's something that I do because I do like bigger mixtures. Another thing is that the way how I mix the pigments, and you know, I create kind of I don't even know how to call it, like a strains of pigments. So I prefer to work with the larger palette, but you don't need to have palette this big, and you have to clean it all the time. Even though you might think like, oh, that's so much pigment that it's going into waste. Yes, you might think that it's going into a waste, but it doesn't. The waste would be putting dirty, already overmixed pigments on the canvas only for sake of having it there because you don't want to throw it away. You're going to make a lot of mistakes with mixtures. And there is going to be mixtures that you pre-mix that you need only for a couple strokes, as I did with the yellow, and the rest is going into a trash. Not because I don't care about the pigments, but because I can't reuse it anymore. There is no other place to put it. So you can tone all your canvases this way with the leftover pigments if you want to. I do it because I don't like to work directly to a white canvas. But this wouldn't be the best practice. If you want to really do the kind of imprimatura and you want to cover your canvas with the pigment, I would recommend really thin layer and transparent layer, even better, with the transparent pigments. I'm doing this because this is going to be for our bed painting Friday, and I sometimes we just find some random shapes there, and then we start painting something out of that random shapes, just as an exercise, right? So I just put all the pigments there, and then I can take a paper towel or rag or whatever you use for cleaning your brushes, and you can just smudge it around if you want to. And that would be something to protect, or not necessarily protect, ease up the feeling of you wasting a pigment. So at least you did something, you stained another canvas, right? But I need a clean palette all the time. And if I talked about this, that sometimes I don't go through all the palette, but sometimes I just cover all the palette, the whole palette, and I have to clean it throughout the process, or mixing. Yeah. So if you're running out of a space when you mix, then just clean what you already mixed, and then start over. It's gonna refresh your palette. It's gonna refresh your eyes as well. It's not going to be, because these pigments that I placed on my palette, when I saw there, it was too saturated. It was just really, really like, and you can't really look at them for a long time because your eyes are starting to just, there's too much saturation. It's too, it's like, I don't know, like really, really orange, like t-shirt. When you're looking at it for a long time, it's a kind of a bothersome. It's great for catching your eye and your attention, but then staring on it for a while, your eye is starting to just, like kind of I don't want to say desaturated, but de-associate with it because it's so vibrant. And that's what's going to happens with your palette. You're slowly going to get more desaturated, less chromatic, and more, they say muddy, but muddy is not really a right word. It's just gonna get you're gonna get over mixed pigments. So clean them and throw them away. And you should throw them away, or create some abstract painting somewhere. Just don't think of that. Like for me, I ran through yellow ochre like a tube a day almost, I just squeeze a half a tube there, and it's just gonna go on the canvas. And if it's not on the canvas, then I'll scrape it and I'll throw it away, because it's already used. It's overused, overmixed pigment. You already introduce another properties into it, perhaps a little bit more of a medium, and you start doing this, you're gonna destroy the properties of a pigment, and also binding, and then you can run into issues in the future with your painting being crackling or breaking or chipping off, and so on and so forth. So I'm keeping my palette clean, and the size, it's not necessarily a problem. The bigger it is, less, you don't need to paint, you don't need to clean it as often, but you still should clean it. Instead of extending your palette, clean it. And that's gonna solve a lot of your problems, even with the painting. And here's the thing. That's my opinion about the stuff. That's not set in stone. If you don't want to clean your palette and you want to have a large palette and work on the large palette because you're still kind of referring to the pigments and mixtures that you pre-mixed, that's a valid theory. And usually what, in that case, when you look in the old masters, because that's what they used to do, because they didn't have the pigments in the tube, so they had like a mixing area, pre-mixed things, and then they transferred it to smaller palettes that they hold in their hands. So there is a, you have these 17th century painters painting themselves with these small palettes like this, painting these large canvases, right? And you see them like with these small palettes like so, like really tiny ones, like the size of my hand, right? This is this is funny. But what would they do? They would pre-mix things here and then transfer to a smaller palette, only because they worked by sections, right? So if I'm working only on the portrait, I don't need the palette that big, you might think, right? I have all the mixtures here and I'm doing the small detail work. That's a valid approach. You can do that as well. It's more about what do you prefer to what's your workflow? I'm sorry, I was looking for the proper words. So yeah, since I paint I don't want to say chaotically, but I work on the face, on the garments, on the backgrounds, and I'm jumping from here to here because for me more important is the flow of the composition than properly rendered face at this stage. I need to be flexible, and having a small palette being right here, it just it narrows my focus right here. This is not the painting, this is painting. The whole thing is a painting, right? So that's why I don't have it. It's causing a lot of, you would say that you're wasting time, but all the time I have a kind of triangular idea of I'm painting here, then I'll go back and I look at what I'm doing, and then I'm going back to my palette. So I created like a triangular floor plan for myself, which keeps me constantly moving and prevent me from being zoned into one particular a place. So using this kind of a setup and this kind of a palette, it's not because it would be better than the other one. I know myself and I know how lazy piece of work I am, and having palette like this, the small one, I may as well just do this. And be right here, like so, and doing this. You can do this if you work on, as DM7 pointed out, she's working on 30 by 40. When you're working 30 by 40 and you move here, you have it all in your face. You can see the whole painting without moving your head and moving your face, moving your eyes. I can't. If I'm painting here, I want to know what's happening there, I have to turn my head. Automatically, I'm looking there and comparing something through my mind rather than seeing it together as a one thing. Oh, this is cool. I should probably start painting like this, I kind of like it. But then I would be rendering the foot right here, and I would paint a beautiful foot in the wrong spot, in the wrong place, a wrong saturation. And I want to avoid that because these mistakes, I have made them. I'm still. It still happens to me that I'm too close to my painting, not even not necessarily being right next to it or very close to it in the literal world, but also in the kind of a philosophical way, that I'm too close to my painting, that I'm too attached to it. And by having a palette on the other side of my canvas, or in generally separate standing, and these large canvases in front of me, it would be really, really I might get into trouble very quickly. That being said, if you already have a drawing, if you already know where the foot is going to be and how you're going to paint it, you can definitely sit down and do this. I don't have that. I know that I am that I know what kind of person I am. I have to be critical to myself, and that's something that prevents me from being here, chilling and sitting. So I put myself into situations so I don't have that narrow focused. Even this is awesome. Oh, chilling like a villain. I don't know. I again went way too long on the explanation about the palette, but what I'm trying to really make sure that you understand the fact that there is no right way to use a palette. There is a right way how to use a palette. There is no right shape or length or material. If you want to, for example, if you want to use a little bit more of a impressionism and the way how they applied the pigments, they used the thicker pigments. And one way how to get that is to spread a newsprint or newspaper on your palette and squeeze a pigments there, and the newsprint or newspaper is going to kind of absorb the moistures from it, and the pigment is going to be thicker, more impasto, more like a clay, like a chewing gum almost, right? So that would be a different way of working with your palette. Or you can have a palette, as I have. This was that random exercise, and you can I can still tell. So I squeezed a pigment right here, the black one, and you can see the circle around. That's the oil that immediately has been absorbed by the untreated MDF board. It's very absorbent, right? So there's plenty of things that you can do to your palette, and everything that you're going to do should serve a purpose, getting your pigment, getting your painting better, or improving your painting experience rather than just holding you back. I'm not used to see you chill like that, but yeah, I really need to stand up and roll back and forth like you do, especially if you start working on the bigger pieces. It's because I'm lazy. I am. If I sit down, I'm going to be sitting, and I might as well have a cell phone in my hand and doom scrolling while painting. I can't do it right now, unfortunately, or fortunately. I don't know. Depends on the way how you look at it. Everything that I do when it comes to painting, it's improve my painting experience. Not necessarily that I feel more comfortable, but I have a better results at the end. And same goes for models, right? I have a problems models when you work from live. Like if I set up my easel this way, I'm looking that way. I can have my hand in front of me. I can rotate my torso, and I can be looking at my figure or object that I'm painting, and then quickly glance back and forth. If I have because I'm a right-handed, right? If I have it on the right side, I'm painting and I'm looking over my shoulder. This is way more uncomfortable if you paint every day 8 hours as I do. This is going to get really your neck is going to cramp. You're going to have like a bad feeling in your neck, because it's very unnatural to be whole day like this. Of course, if there is no other option, you're going to do it. But if I'm setting it up in my studio, I'm not going to do it that way. I'm not going to make the mistake, because it's going to prevent me from painting longer period of time at once. That's totally not me. I started painting portraits, and I have found I naturally end up standing up. So now I also looking at easels. When I was painting smaller with the gouache, it was not an issue. Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. That you're gonna go through like you feel comfortable because you have your beautiful gouache set, then you have your nice stand that you can actually prop on the top of a table, and you just chilling, and then you have a screen there that you're using as a reference, and you're chilling. That's perfect, awesome. But then you're gonna get a larger, you know, like you go from A4 size to a A0. Suddenly the table is not enough. You can't even see your palette. You don't have your water where you used to, and it's just everything just falls apart. And your painting it's a bad experience, just by changing a size. And the other thing that might run into that since you feel comfortable working here, every one of your composition, every one of your painting is going to be the same size and same orientation, because that's where you're comfortable with. And trust me, I remember we used to paint. I showed earlier. I'll just show it one more time. Where's that portrait? So I used to do portraits, and we painted. And when I say we, I mean me and the classmates and the students and other painters in life. It's just this was a preferable size because it was. We kind of put it together and made an exhibition all the time. So this was a standardized size for a portrait. And trust me, at one point, I couldn't paint a portrait with a different size. So I had this size, which is kind of a size of a head, with a size of my hand, which is a life size, right? And then I was, when I were to paint a portrait which is a little smaller, right, like this, right, the comparison, I couldn't even like where should I put the head, and like it was really difficult. It was extremely difficult because I was used to paint portraits that size for 2 years. We painted portraits this size, 40 by 50. 50 is 50 by 40. 50 is tall, and 40 is a height, and I'm sorry, 50 is a height and 40 is a width. So then you end up with the portraits all the same size. Here, for example, in this particular painting, I can't have the portraits the same size, because then the perspective is not going to work. It's not going to feel that they're in the distance. So I would recommend you to not just to go to your local hardware store, ask for a nice a piece of wood. You can use shelves. This is a shelf that we used for painting sometimes. So you can ask for a shelf, and you can find the shelves there. They can cut it into a size that you want, and then give it a couple coats of oil, linseed oil. That means that I would grab the palette, the wood, and I would just cover it with the linseed oil. Ideally, you want to submerge it into a linseed oil, but that you would need a big bath filled with linseed oil. That's just too much. It would be expensive. So I'll take linseed oil, and you can use linseed oil that it's from it doesn't need to be also from the art supply store. You can use a linseed oil that's from organic cooking store if you want to. They're expensive, but they're still cheaper than the linseed oil in the stores. It's not recommended, but you're not going to paint with it. You're just going to make a coat. And you do 1, 2, 3, maybe even 5 coats. I would let one coat dry, sand it a little bit, and another coat, and sand it another coat. And you will see the first coat is going to go in the wood immediately, and it's going to dry within a couple days. Maybe even a day, depends on the sun and the factors, that the temperature, so on and so forth. And as you're going to add more coats, it's going to dry longer and longer. So it could take even 3 weeks by the time you have your palette ready. You don't need to wait that much time. You can go directly first coat, the second coat, and you're done. And then you remember to always clean your palette with the linseed oil. If it's wooden, if it's glass, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what do you use to clean it? It's just sun is getting, sun is gone. It's getting darker here. And if you, like I said, if you don't have any palette right now anywhere, just squeeze your pigments on the canvas that you're working on and use that as a palette surface. And then when you're done, instead of throwing the pigments away, you can just incorporate them into the background if you want to, you know. That's what I did with that Rembrandt study. So I have that. Does that answer your question, or was it talking absolutely off the topic? Because I usually do that. I just go on these tangents and. It's a yeah, that helped. Okay, cool. If you like, you know, just throw all the questions that you have, and we can figure it out together. What's the best possible palette for you, and you can test different ones. Just don't be really. Don't feel the pressure that you have to have the palette from the store because it's cut into a shape. I have my palette square, and trust me, I used also a big palette. I'm just okay. Or since we're talking about the palettes, I'm gonna nerd out on the palettes, you know. So this is the, you know. You can have a larger size palettes if you want to, so you can be like a super cool painter, right? So if you want to just show everybody that you are a professional painter, so you can be like this if you want to. Trust me, holding this for 8 hours, you're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that. So you can have as many palettes as many, and actually this is my own shape. That's supposed to be a. No, I made it myself. You can't really get this because it's to my size, and you know, like, because it's supposed to be on your forearm, and you know, you're just holding it, so it's a. But these palettes should then also, because they, like, let's say Repin, he used to have it like so, and the strap, like on the guitar, because holding a palette and working with pigments for all his life. Plus some, you know, of course, medical issues. His hand was like he had difficulties to hold anything in his hand. So he had a strap. I was in his house. Repin is a famous painter. And I was in his house, which is a museum also. And you could see like he had the palette there. And it was nicely like on the table, and then there was a strap, and he took the strap and put it, and there was a palette for him, so he could move and he could rest also his hand. It was not working. How heavy is that? I would say maybe 1 kilogram. Maybe probably more. I don't know. I've never put it into a. You know, I've never like put it on the. It's overkill, and it's from a thick wood. It's complete overkill. You don't need that. Maybe you won't. I don't know. Trust me, you can test it at home. Just hold the I don't know, like. For Americans it's difficult, but for us Europeans, you can get a kilogram of sugar or flour or whatever. So you just hold it in the hand for a couple of minutes, and that's enough. That's it. It's just that's what I'm saying, that even your position. So imagine that you have something heavy in your hand that is off balance, so it's just moving left and right, and then you're like this, and you're stretched because you're looking that way. So after 5 minutes, you're just going to throw everything away and be like, I'm done with the painting, I hate it. You even invented this stupid thing. It's just it's and this is like that with everything, right? With me, the best example, it's a computer games. Like, if I cannot be a mage, I'm not going to enjoy the game. That's what I have to say. I can already feel the fatigue just by imagining it. Yeah. I can imagine how you're judging me. Well, how stupid is this guy with this palette? I should probably do that. I should probably start dress up, because everybody is doing these costumes and characters. So I'm going to start dressing up like a painter. I mean, 18th century or 17th or 16th century painter. And since this is the end of the stream, it's 4 already. I have to go, just to show you that I'm not kidding. This is how we should start working from now on. I hope that I'm going to cover the microphone, but it's going to be fun. So you can do dress up. We can do cosplay here, since this is a stream. I would have done some things if I had to thinking it's a bright idea, only to realize how unpragmatic that is. Woo, yeah. So just to show you that, if you want to be a professional old school painter and look like one, so we can start, I don't have it completely covered, but, because I have a mic there, so I can start painting like this for you guys. We can do a full Bob Ross if you guys want to, and just being cool and fashionable. Yeah. So this is a new painting style right now. Since I'm holding the palette, but I'm not using it because I don't want to clean this monstrosity. So yeah, so this would be our closing. Since I have the awesome palette, I look like I wait. Because this is how people picture us being in the studio, right? So let's do that. So you have your brushes, right? You're all cool and everything. So this would be probably like if you do a photo shoot for someone. So this is how you want to be represented, because this means that you are a painter because you have all the ensembles and so on and so forth. I'm sorry, I don't have it because I don't want to cover the microphone, right? So we just go all the way up. Yeah. So you can do whatever you want. Trust me, this is not very comfortable setup for you, and you won't be able to. You can pose for pictures like this. I don't think that you would be able to paint a long time holding this monstrosity, and yeah. So little bit of cosplay, painter's cosplay. So we have a little fun. It was a gloomy day today, so why not? So this particular thing was handmade for me. So it's a one of a kind. It's based on the Rembrandt, what he used to what he used to wear. It's made of the linen, so. The backwards cap kills the impression. Okay, I'm gonna bring a beret tomorrow. Okay, Drew needs a French cap. I forgot what it was. Yeah, I love this very, very much. When nobody sees me, when I want to feel good, I use this. Or when I have a clothes that I don't want to get dirty, so I use this. But you have to be really mindful because, you know, it's very comfortable, but it has these little, you know, flappy things. And it's just something that is going to get dragged through your palate, and you're gonna then pollute everything in your apartment. It's just gonna, not even an apartment, the whole city is going to know that I was there because I'm dragging my phthalo blue behind me. So yeah, we did a little bit of adjustments for that negative space that was really, really annoying. It's not perfect, but at least there is some kind of a resemblance of the hand and the motion, something that he's gonna hold in the hand. We still kept the mullet. It has to be there. It's not gonna go without that. Also, I can start bringing up this a little bit more forward, but the question is, I'm going to keep him probably dark, and I'm gonna lighten things around. That might be kind of cool, that he's going to be a darker figure on the lighter background. Let's see what's going to work. And all these things we could actually practice, not we. These things should be probably figured out on the smaller sketches. So please do as I say and not as I do, because you're going to run into these problems. Or you can risk it, not even risking it, and you want to have that randomness and kind of abstract art in your painting. In that case, by all means, please just go through on the go directly to a canvas. Don't even trip. I want to do a portrait of you in that cloth one day with a giant palette. Yeah, we can do it. I can do a self-portrait like that if you guys want to. It's fun. I don't care about that. But you know, it's just this is right now. Right now, I have to finish this. But we can definitely have fun. And this is this is what I was talking about. It's just when you forget, or when you not dissociate, not forget, when you just overcome that feeling of, oh, I have to make something perfect, and just start throwing the pigments around and pushing a paint. That's when you start enjoying that process, and you go and you will more willingly go into unknown situations. So yeah, that's kind of a something that, like I said at the beginning, in the intro for this stream, is that that difference between getting towards like being at the beginning of a journey. It's more about the final result, and as the time progresses and as you get more and more experience, it's going to be about the process and less about the finished piece. Well, actually, a finished piece is going to be awesome, but you're going to enjoy the process as well. So yeah, I'm going to be here tomorrow working. I try to get the beret, so you guys have a full, how do you say? So it's going to be a visual. So we do also a cosplays here since it's Twitch. So yeah. I'm thinking that we're going to continue with this. I might get a little bit more focused on this, you know, kind of a weird, because I'm looking at that and I don't like the kind of a S-curve right there. But that's okay. It's just it's fine because it you know, we can break it with a little bit of, you know, like a fold and then I can actually roll this sleeve, and I can actually, you know, repaint this sleeve right here from life, putting a mirror right there. The same that I was trying to do with my feet, but then I realized that I'm looking you know, from a different angle, so I have to figure that out as well. A foot there. I'm kind of, and actually I should probably bring this this little. I don't know if it's going to work, if my camera is going to die or not. Yeah, it died. I just wanted to show. Just give me a second. I just wanted to go into a. So no, I can't. I wanted to show you a. I wanted to show you the textures, but you know, I can do it. I can do it later. I can do it tomorrow. So this is all abstract art. It has nothing to do with actually anything concrete. And I kind of like it because that's helping me to just, you know, be a little bit loose. Yeah, and experimentational, and you know, something that I like with this randomness, I can take advantage of and use. And what I don't like, I can just scrape or repaint. There's no harm done. So yeah, I'm going to be here tomorrow. Hopefully, I can't really promise you because, as you know, I'm preparing for the journey and for traveling. So I cannot promise it. I'll do my best to be here on time. And yeah, it was awesome today. We had a lot of fun. I just kind of again, another day when we laugh a lot, which is awesome. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow. So thank you for joining me. Thank you for joining a painting or creative discourse. And like I said, if you have more questions, let's put them out there. Let's figure it out together. Yeah, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, and stay cool. Bye.